All right, happy Thursday. Welcome in, folks. Today is the day our grumpy candle becomes a man, or something like that. Today, of course, we begin painting. We finished up the sculpt on Tuesday. He got baked, and so did I. And today, we'll see how far along we can get in the painting process. Good morning, Fire Shadow. Hello. Quick audio check. Does music level sound all right? It's not like real loud. It's kind of just background music, I hope. Sounds good to you? Yeah, I'm gonna check it on my phone real quick. Bear with me, and then we'll get things started. Let's see. All right, testing. Yeah, that sounds good. All right. Turn the music down on my end because it's a separate volume control and it was pretty loud in my headphones. So, all right. So today's the day. I got this down just so it doesn't stick to the base. I like to use a little bit of what you call it, confection paper. I don't know. Whatever. It's paper. It's oven paper. There we go. And then these are already baked and ready to go. We got to put a little coat of white paint on there just to kind of cover any little imperfections. And then once that's dry, we'll coat those with UV resin and hit them with the UV light. Hey, does that glow? Look at that. It glows. I love it. Anyway, we'll start things off with a gesso for primer. Just put a quick thin coat on there. And after that, I'm going to do a black wash so we get down into the crevices and recesses. It may be redundant. I don't know. And my thought process is this. We get that down after the primer, and then we got automatic, like, straight black undertones that we'll go over, and that'll create some underlayer shading, and then we'll do a final stain, or wash rather, with a brown, just to kind of accentuate it. So hopefully that turns out as planned. We shall see. But I hope everybody's having a good week. Mine has been something. We'll say that. My grandfather is back in the hospital. Long story. Waiting on updates, you know? I should probably shake this up. Ran the Dremel inside here. Got that all smoothed out. Because when you bake it, even I did stuff that with a little foil plug. But it does kind of close in on itself a little bit. So I go through with the Dremel then to take away any excess so that the tea light candle fits in there nicely. A little snug, but perfect. Just shaking paints and we'll get started here. How's your day, Fire Shadow? Anything going on today? Oh, I was going to switch it over to art today and see. Oh, well, it is what it is. A little bit of water just to kind of lighten that up a tiny bit. I don't want it going on there too quick, too thick, you know. Not really. Just a little mowing in case it rains this weekend. Yeah, it's rainy here. Rainy day today. I think it's supposed to be raining for the next several days, to be honest. Or at least a chance of it. And let's get a brush for this. And set these guys out of the way. And again, this is just going to be a thin coat. Make sure we spread it around and it's going to start to look real ugly for a little bit, especially once we get into the wash. But it all comes together, you know? Really love to have a riding mower, dude. Yeah. I was mowing I've got almost an acre. When I bought the house, I was like, I can push mow that. No big deal. That lasted one mowing season. The next year, I'm like, hell with that. Probably better on the other camera angle at this point, huh? I'll switch it over here. Once I get this spread out. I've been playing some Fallout 76 when I can. May very well. Excuse me, I had a paintbrush in my mouth. May very well stream some Fallout 76 this weekend once we're done with this guy. But I've had very little time, if I'm being honest, not as much as I would like. I have, with everything going on with my grandfather the last few days, I've been pretty busy. And then, what was it? Tuesday night. Tuesday night, I had all intentions sit down and play some Fallout. And then we got a storm. And the lightning was pretty crazy, so I shut down the computers. And by the time it had passed, it was not really worth even trying to play, you know? Stupid weather. Ezram, how's it going, man? How we doing today? Fire Shadow, I may have to mod you, my friend. Give me just a moment here. We're just getting a coat of primer on here, Ezra. Hope you're having a good day today. One second. There's a link in the chat there. Be sure to show some love to Ezra Music there. Drop a follow. Check out his stream. Ezra, I've lurked a bit. I've lurked a bit on your streams, sir. But every time I catch you going live, I'm actually on my way, almost ready to head to bed. So, no worries, man. I dig the aesthetic on your stream. It goes nicely with my black craft hoodies. uh, pesky West Coast hours are not conducive for most. Yeah. See, I have the East Coast problem when it comes to when I started the stream up, you know, I very much started on just gaming as I was working towards getting the sculpting stuff ready to go and myself ready for sculpting stuff, you know. And one of the things I was getting into, and I still very much want to do from time to time, is Red Dead Roleplay on Red M, and I had the East Coast problem where, I stream a little bit earlier than most, and it's way too early for the RP crowd. So I get on the server and there'd be nobody really doing much of anything. Time zones suck. I think we're feeling that impact more and more as our world becomes more interconnected. Naturally, I suppose. But yeah, I'm happy to get this guy going today. He's turning out pretty great. I'm happy with the sculpt so far. Let's see if I don't mess it up with painting. I'm sure we'll be fine, but the good news is this stuff dries very, very fast. The bad news is when you're trying to put it on, you have to be mindful of that. So what we'll probably do is finish this primer coat and then let it sit for a minute. And while I'm doing that, we'll mix up a black wash so it's ready to go. And then hit this thing with a black wash before we start going over it. And like I said, it's kind of, we're gonna kind of test things out. Worst case scenario, it's a waste of time and not much. Best case scenario, it does what I think it'll do, and we'll get that hard black wash sitting in the recesses. So when I go over it with the off white, that'll kind of create some undertone shadowing that will assist with the final wash, which will be a brown. We'll see. I have so many UK friends, and I'm going live usually 4 a.m. their time. Yeah, I've got actually some folks here that I've known for a while are from. Well, there's one at least from the UK, and some even further than that, Netherlands and. So yep, I get it. Trying to game together is always fun. Much less when you're talking about streams. A lot of surface area to cover here. Thankfully, it doesn't have to be neat. These candle sculpts are such a great idea. Really love them. Thanks, man. Yeah, I'm. They're fun to make. They take a little bit of time, but you know, especially compared to other projects, it almost takes as long as some of the more extensive stuff. But a lot of that just has to do with the tedium. You know, just making sure everything's smooth. There's a lot of surface area to smooth and all of that, but they're a lot of fun. I'm really having fun with this guy. I've been wanting to make another one since the first candle, um, over a year ago, and I'm really happy with how this one's turning out. I need to stop bumping that camera. I'm sorry, guys. Going wild with this brush, trying to make sure nothing's drying in a clump and everything's spread out thinly, but we'll get there. Yeah, this might be something I revisit from time to time. I already plan on making at least one more at some point, so I'm really digging, well, even the last batch, of course, but stuff that Andy's been working on. I like the little magnet idea. But I've also just really been enjoying getting to meet all the creators here on Twitch gradually, you know. Meeting some of these people has been really fun. Seeing what people are up to and just like some of the amazing talent that's on display, you know, it's wild. It's both familiar and wholly original. I think is a great place to for art to sit. Magnets were such a smart idea for him. Yeah, especially for, you know, like I haven't gotten into anything where I'm selling anything, you know. I'm terrible about it because when I make something it's because I typically want it. So I make it. And man, she's been telling me you need to sell stuff, and I don't know. But something like that, that's a great idea because you can work on multiple at a time. It's not some huge thing that takes forever, you know. dozens of hours as opposed to hundreds, I suppose. Great art community here. Said it before, I'll say it a lot more. Art Twitch is best Twitch. I definitely have to agree. There's only a few people I watch play games anymore at this point. And quite honestly, I prefer streaming this over streaming gaming anyway. I love gaming. I'm not too fond of what gaming has become in our modern world. So it's good to be able to, you know, not rely on what's coming out and worrying about what I want to play. I just do my own thing. Plus, and this is a big, I don't want to generalize, but I don't think I need to tell anybody that when it comes to the gaming side of things, things can get a little bit toxic. And I'm sure you'll have that in any community, but I've yet to see anything like that here on that side of things. And even on YouTube, I have, after some time, I noticed some trends where I'll see somebody release a project, and then soon thereafter, somebody's releasing an oddly suspiciously similar project. Makes you go, but if that's the most egregious thing, then I suppose that's not too bad either. Water that down a little bit just because I don't want it filling in all the texture detail. Creeps up in any genre, but it seems the art community is almost strangely inclusive and uplifting. So much less of the competitive vibe art communities and IRL cities tend to get. Yeah, I don't even know anything about that. I don't even have like this is the closest thing I have to a creative community. I mean, there are creative communities like IRL around me, I suppose. You know, like there's definitely quilting clubs and stuff. I know this because my mother is part of one. Um, and you know, there's craft shows and stuff like that, but it seems to be predominantly elderly people around here. And I'm like living on like the top edge of the Bible Belt, so not my scene. Okay, eyebrows, and then we're done with the primer. And when I do the black wash, we'll be painting the interior of the mouth black. I'm also gonna, this hollowed out section, I'm gonna put a layer of black and then we'll go over that. And again, worst case scenario, it's a waste of time. Best case scenario, it adds more shading to the undertone. We'll see. We'll see. Part of this channel has always been and probably will remain learning and testing things out and hoping for the best. hoping we don't ruin something. And then if we do, learning how to fix it, I suppose. So far, no travesties have occurred. So, all right. Let's let him sit for a minute. Get this off my brush. This stuff's a surefire way to ruin your brush. Pop back in. I got to hit the shower. No worries, man. No worries. Do what you got to do. We'll be here. Oh, look at that. That's some crap. Cheap brush. I do need to get to the hobby store. I want to buy a few more brushes. All my favorite brushes are in such terrible shape. This one's not even that terrible. Look at this one. Hold on. Let's see. I've used this guy a lot for dry brushing. Poor guy. He still works for dry brushing though. Okay, so we're waiting on that so we can do the wash. Why don't we hit these eyeballs with some white paint real quick? I think that brush has been used a few times, just a little bit. I think you said ruin your brush too loud. Why? Yeah, I've put this guy through the ringer. He has seen better days. A few seconds later, the head popped off. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that fair point. I don't know. I know a lot of people use like the pointed tip brushes and everything. I like the fat or the fat. Yeah, fat brushes are nice. Flat brushes are better. I just feel like I have more control on the edge. We don't really have to worry about the back of the eyeballs because they're going to be concealed, of course. But using the white clay definitely helps because then all I have to do is just kind of lightly go over it, just to cover up the yellowing for one that happens when you bake the white clay. Very slight yellowing, but it happens. And then also any little imperfections, whether it be dust or what have you. Did you use toothpicks to hold the eyes? Yeah, a little tiny dab, a little tiny dab of super glue on there after I baked it, just to hold it in place so they're not flopping around, you know, or falling off for that matter. And then that way, just a tiny dab, enough to hold it, but not enough to hold it for good. I can just pop it right off, you know. I'll hit this with 2 coats. Set them aside, let them dry. Then we'll hit them with UV resin after the black wash, probably. Okay. Wonder if the inventor of toothpicks ever thought about other uses it would have. Yeah, like building little houses out of them and stuff. Okay. Let him sit for a few more. We'll make a black wash, hit him with that, and then let him dry while we do UV resin on the eyeballs after a little bit of touch up on that. And let me just see something here. Got to keep an eye on my phone, of course, with the situation with my grandfather. And additionally, I'm waiting on an email notification from my, well, Rep to Lisa that did our emotes. She's working on some animated alerts for us right now. Because I just do not have time to mess with something like that at this point. Okay. Let's do a wash. Arts and crafts, drinks and food. Yep. I did not think about something, chat. I need a clean thing of water. So I'll have to step away for just a moment. Oh, come on now. I don't want to squeeze too much out now. All right, let me go grab another cup and I will be right back. A while back, I played around with a program. Someday, I would love to have a drawing pad that connects to a PC. I would love to get the hang of it. I got the iPad and Apple Pencil, right? But man, it is just not the same. Turns out I really like the feedback of the contact between paper and pencil. And you just don't get that. Oh, how in the hell did that happen? Making a mess. Is this cup leaking? I don't even know if that's going to be. I have to add some more. I don't think that's going to be quite enough. Yeah, I'm going to. Okay. Let's get a brush for the wash. And here we go. I did not think about this. Basically, what I want to do. Probably not the best brush, to be honest. Probably should have went with something like. Well, I don't have one handy. Maybe this guy will work better. Let's try. Again, this is all gonna get covered up, but I just want to get some darker colors down in the recesses, you know, and hopefully that'll add to some of the shading. I feel like painting is going to be where I struggle the most as far as keeping things in frame. I tend to pull back closer to my eyes when I'm painting. So might have to make a channel point redemption like, hey, jackass, I can't see. I want cheesy beef and bean burritos or meatballs with onion rings and seasoned curly fries. I want both. Man, I'm so upset. I wanted to get Jersey Mike's yesterday while I was out, and then the whole thing happened with my grandfather, and I was in a rush at that point, so I did not go get some. And now I wish I had. We'll basically do this again once he's painted, and we'll be, instead of a black wash, it'll be a brown. Like an antiquing wash, you know? I don't even know where the nearest Jersey Mike's is. Yeah, they only recently appeared here in recent years, and man, it is good. It's expensive. Like a full size sub, like the at least Big Kahuna, which is basically their Philly steak, you know. The full size one's like $16. But dude, it's a lot of food. It's a couple meals. And they're cold cut subs. I recently tried those. They're everything's cut in house, like a deli slicer and everything. And I've really grown fond of their club. It's very good. That's what I was gonna get actually. Do they pile on the meat like they show in the commercials? Oh yeah, it's like your crumple folds, you know, so it's thicker and it's not just laying flat on your sandwich. It's good stuff, man. And like the Big Kahuna is, you know, what else on there? Jalapenos, cheese, peppers, steak, jalapenos. My mouth is literally watering just thinking about it. And like I've been wanting to try their chicken bacon ranch too, but every time I go, I get one of the things that I've already gotten that are delicious because it's so hard to choose. I need to stop talking about food. I'm getting hungry now. It is too early for that. All right, eyeballs, wrinkles, and mouth, and all that. Let's start here. Actually, no. We're gonna hold them upside down so it pools underneath. Hopefully. And again, this is all just in theory. This should provide some natural undertone contrast once we go over it with an actual coat of paint. And then it'll just accentuate the next round of staining. Because we don't want the final wash to be in black. That's going to be a brown color for an antiquing effect. Hopefully. Grumpy candle is now a happy candle. For now, anyways. Right. Yeah. Yeah. This is where I need a heat gun. Definitely would be useful right about here. I kind of have to let this dry a little bit. In fact, let's let them sit just like that. I wonder if hitting them with the hair dryer on low would help. The bags under his eyes are going to have to wait until we can set him upright. Oh no! Making a mess. And I will absolutely be changing my gloves before we try to touch those eyeballs again. Good time to take a nicotine break, though. Wow. We dropped a shitload of frames at some point. When did that happen? Hopefully everything's good now. Sign of a true artist, the messier the better, the artist. Raven Moon, welcome in. Yeah, a little bit messy. I think towards the beginning of the stream. Interesting. Could be with storms, who knows? And again, pardon me today, chat. My grandfather is in the hospital, so I got to keep an eye on my phone. So please excuse me if I have to continually look over for that. All right. Let's go ahead and dab some of the excess. I just don't want it running everywhere, you know? And again, I don't even know if this is going to be. I'm sure some of it will, but hopefully this will just kind of act as an undertone shading when we do the proper paint. Problem is, now that I spilled our wash, yeah, we should be fine. It's kind of satisfying to watch the brush soak all that up. It is like a straw, man. It's right up in there. Sorry to hear that. Hope he's going to be okay. Yeah, thank you. It's kind of a weird circumstance. Like I don't know. We don't really know what's going on. He's stable, but we have a lot of questions. And one of the doctors made the comment that shouldn't be living on his own after this. So that's not going to be a fun conversation, you know. I don't want to get old, man. I don't. I have zero desire. I'm falling apart already. I don't want to fall apart more. And I definitely don't want to end up back in diapers in my lifetime. You know what I'm saying? uh, all right, that'll do. Hopefully. And if not, like I said, not the final stain, just kind of serving as like an undercoat to hopefully accentuate some of the shadowing effects as we go over it with the proper paint coat, and then we'll do an antiquing wash after the fact. Never is. I'm taking care of my mom now and took care of my dad until he passed. Yeah, it's, it's rough. My parents are still living, but my grandparents were very much like my parents growing up. And my grandmother passed several years ago, and I know my grandfather, they were together for 60, 70 years, and it's been rough on him. And then just watching the life get sucked out of someone over, it's like they become the totally different person. Um, when their mind starts going, it's really sad to watch. And I don't want to get to that point. All right. Let's set him aside for a few. I'm going to have to change. Ooh, I missed a spot. Let me hit that spot real quick. Well, I didn't want to take all that, but okay. Let him sit. I'm going to change gloves because actually I'm going to go rinse this out real quick too so we don't make any further messes, right? Probably got a few years on you. Using acrylics? Yes, yeah, I'm using acrylics. I I'm 40. Mentally I don't feel 40. Physically I feel 60. All right. Yeah, we'll let him sit. I'm going to go take care of this cup real quick, change gloves, and then we'll probably be ready to do some UV resin on the eyeballs. Get that done. Unfortunately, we all have to go through it, and always thought no matter how bad it is for me to see them go through it, it's worse and probably very scary for them. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. By no means am I just like woe is me for watching it. It's just sad watching it happen, knowing, like for instance, I know what kind of man my grandfather's always been, and it's just watching his body and mind betray him, you know? Ugh, I can't imagine, because it's tough to watch. I can't imagine what it is for him. I will be right back in just a moment. Give me like 2 minutes, if that. All right, sorry about that, guys. Fresh pair of gloves, and let's get to this UV resin. First things first, I am going to cover my sponge. I don't want to get UV resin on that. So we'll do this. I got these cheap little, what do you call these, watercolor brushes, I guess. Cheap cheap garbage brushes, we'll call it. I got these specifically for UV resin, so I don't have to compromise any of my other brushes because, you know, they see enough as it is. Poor brushes. Hopefully next week I can make it to the hobby store and get a few replacements because those are my favorites. And uh, hate using other brushes. Great. Sure, that's not going to come off on anything else. You know what? I almost want to do one at a time, so I'm going to set one of them aside. Let gravity do its thing for a minute. Why? I've never smelled an odor with this very same UV resin in the past, and today it smells fruity. What the hell? I doing this all out of okay. I was gonna say I'm not completely out of frame here, am I? Mostly, probably. Just trying to control the flow a little bit. Howdy, having a stroke? What's up? What's up, Atomic? What do you mean, am I having a stroke? Something suddenly smelling fruity? Oh, yeah. I thought, isn't it toast? If it was smelling like toast, I might be in trouble. Burnt popcorn? What's that? So now's the waiting game. We just sit here and shine these UV light right in his eyeballs. Make a sizzling sound, right? Normally for round stuff like this, I'll steal Menchie's fingernail dryer thing. She's got a UV fingernail dryer thing, and it works pretty well. I've stolen it a few times. I've actually considered buying one just for me, so I don't have to steal hers. I think the idea of smelling burning toast has been related to having a stroke. Yeah. And then the eyeballs we're gonna glue in after the fact. With the nature of the way his eyes are and everything, I figured this was probably the easiest way to go about doing it, since we're gonna be doing some heavy contrast coloring in there. I didn't want to make a mess with. I'm never nice to myself when I'm sculpting, you know. I always create things that are problematic when it comes time to paint, and I'm trying to find ways to avoid doing that to myself. For instance, you'll notice I've already popped his teeth out. They're setting us over to the side there. We'll put those back in after everything's said and done. It looks like he has a beard. Oh boy. It's got a really heavy 5 o'clock shadow going on. Boy, have I had to play this song too many times. It's a good song, but yeah, playing any song over and over, I imagine, would get pretty old. It's probably why the one time that I went to see Red Hot Chili Peppers, they didn't play Under the Bridge. I was disappointed, but also I probably understand. They've got to hate playing that song by now. Look at that shine, man. I love UV resin. I don't love that. Not that it matters, but I don't love it. Can we take that away? Let's find out. No, we cannot. That's fine. That's on the back. You won't even see it. You're back with food? Good. I was getting hungry. What'd you bring me? Also, I love the way these things glow underneath the UV light. All right, eyeballs. You're going over here. Had an excellent harmonica player in an old band that was obsessed with Popper. Of course, they only have the hits, 2 hits, and he would only sing Blues Traveler. So if I wanted a vocal break in the night, we did those 2 songs. Gotcha. Yeah, I grew up. My parents liked Blues Traveler, and I liked them too. But their album played quite a bit in my house. I'm gonna have to change gloves again because these are awful. UV resin is gross. Unless my mistake last time was trying to use a paper towel and then I just got fuzzies stuck all over my fingers. Killer live band for sure. Oh, I bet. There's so many bands I want to see live that some of which I probably will not get the opportunity. Cherry, beef, bean, and rice burrito. Wait, cherry? In the burrito? All right. So let's see. We got the eyeballs done. We've got our priming done. This is still slightly wet, man. Oh, we got to do the black in the mouth. And I think I'm going to do black in here also. Again, just this would be undertone shading. The mouth, of course, is just a proper coat. One of these things is not like the other. Oh, cheesy, not cherry. Okay, that makes more sense. That'd be like saying you have a cheesy cola. Mmm. Love me a cheese pop. Okay. Let's get the black done. You know what? Okay, really strange here. So I've got chat on my tablet, right? And I've just noticed the video preview on my tablet is way behind. That's kind of strange. I'm not going to thin this out because it's not really necessary. So Atomic, if you're still there, you still planning on getting into some sculpting this weekend? If I saw correctly yesterday. If so, that's exciting. And this doesn't have to be neat. Just want to make sure we got coverage. I don't think cheese soda would be good, but I don't like soda and I do love cheese, so I'd probably have to at least try it, right? Yeah. I'm not a big soda drinker. Not anymore. Not for a long time. I'll still drink it. You know, if we go out somewhere for dinner or whatever, I'll get a soda, but I don't buy it at home. On the very rare occasion, I'll get a craving and buy, you know, like a case of ginger ale, or I'm a big fan of cream soda, so there's that. But that's a very, very, very rare occasion. That's the thought. Maybe sculpting, maybe adding lights to my little saucer model kit. Ooh, that sounds fun. Do you do custom wiring, like soldering and all of that? I have every intention of getting a soldering gun and getting into some of that in the future. I have used LEDs. Of course, this is using an LED tea light candle, but I've used LEDs of other types in various projects, but they're all, you know, prefabs. It's nothing I wired or soldered myself, but I'd very much want to get into that at some point. I already got my or not a table router, but a handheld router. So if, you know, if we're working on a sculpt that I wire any LEDs and everything, I can actually route out the base for a battery pack, all that good stuff. Now, let's do the black in here. It's better that I'm not thinning this out anyway, because this way it'll dry faster. I've grown really fond of this song since we started using this playlist. It kind of jams. I think I underappreciated it when it came out. There's a soda called Love Potion number 69 that I thought was a joke for Valentine's Day many moons ago. Turns out the joke was it's the best soda I've ever had. I have a drink mix called, well, I used to do energy drinks, right? Love me some Monsters or Ghost Energy's pretty good too. Bangs. But I got out of that for one, mostly just for the price. And I get a drink mix from Gamer Subs now. And it's blueberries and cream, I believe. It's delicious. I do know that. And it's called Titty Milk, which is super weird, but I'm not letting it deter me because it is a delicious flavor. I think this album in constant rotation when it came out, 7th grade. Yeah, dude, I was in 7th or 8th grade. Yep. Everybody had a crush on Gwen Stefani. And Alanis Morissette. But like I said the other day, I don't think I can. I don't think I can forgive Gwen for doing my boy Gavin like she did. Okay. Hopefully that works as a nice little shading undercoat. If not, would we waste a couple minutes? I'm not worried about it. So let's see, what's next? We're gonna have to mix our actual color for the candle, and to do that, I'm gonna use a tiny little dab of brown, like a light brown, I think. White and a linen color. I think that should get us right around where we want to be. And then after the fact, after the antique wash, I'll do a little bit of a dry brushing with a lighter tone of that. But before we get any further, let me do a little bit of house cleaning. And we'll make sure he's dry, of course, before we start. One thing I definitely want to pick up in the near future is a heat gun, because I do not have one. I feel like that would be handy. And I don't think they're even that expensive, so shouldn't be too much of an issue. While we wait, let me throw some links at you folks. First and foremost, there's a link in the chat to our primary YouTube channel, Feral Moon Designs. Of course, there's Feral Moon TV on YouTube as well. That's the secondary channel. And that will be home to all of the VODs. Basically, I export all of the VODs over there, so we have a running library because, of course, they disappear after a time here on Twitch. So I export the VODs over to Feral Moon TV, and then Feral Moon Designs is where you see all of our proper videos. And there's already a pretty extensive catalog to be found over there, so check that out if you so choose. And there's a link in the chat to the Discord. Best place to find all the latest updates with the stream when I'm going live. If you do art yourself, we'd love to see you share it in there in the artwork channel. And if you're subbed to the channel, there's some behind the scenes and all of that. Do keep in mind when you join, I will have to assign a role just to keep out spam bots and unscrupulous types. You know what I'm saying? Can't be bothered with it, so I do a manual role assignment that gives you access. There you are, Atomic. I see you. Gave you the Ravens role, sir. Welcome in. We've got a wee Discord, but we're only just beginning, so I probably put too much black in my paint tray. Little bit overdid. Well, I just want to wait and make sure there's still a little bit of moisture right in that crevice. In fact, nah, he'll be fine. We're going to mix up the paint. That'll give him some more time to sit there. Now I just got to do the thing I'm worst at. Mixing colors. I'll start with white, and I actually need to put this on my list and get a bigger bottle of white because this is like the last of it I've got. I got these little containers so I can, you know, like let's say we don't finish it today. And we need to carry it over to another stream. I can just put this little lid on here and it helps keep the paint. Really nice when you're mixing colors, especially. Oh, don't you do that. I don't want that much brown. Like oozing out the top. Stop it. Got an air bubble. I think I need to clean off the top of that too. A little bit messy. Gotta go. Talk to you later. Hey, Atomic. Hope you have a good day, bud. Thanks for hanging out. Take it easy, and if I don't see you beforehand, then you have a great weekend, sir. Why are we dropping frames today? What is going on? It appears we drop more at some point. And it's definitely not anything on my end, so it's either Twitch or the internet. And some linen. And a little bit of water to thin it out some. Happy I can keep my stream at the 5% drop frames Wi-Fi. Yeah, see, I'm hardwired. Normally we don't drop any frames, and I'm sitting at 0.8%, and it's driving me nuts. I hope we're not going back to what we were a few weeks ago. I had to change the ingest server, and I think there was something going on between somewhere in between my ISP and Twitch's ingest server. It was bad. I couldn't even stream. I'm gonna mix some more in here because this isn't quite enough. I want to go. Another thing I need to get when I go to the hobby store is a flow medium. Using a little bit of water is fine, but you don't want to use too much because you're going to break up everything that, you know, for the chemical bond on the paint. You're going to be diluting that. Okay. Time to get moving. I'll leave a lurk open. Cheers, my guy. Have a great stream. Hey, Ezram, thanks for hanging out, man. Hope you have a good rest of your day. And what is today? Thursday? Is Andy streaming today? Maybe I'll catch you over there. Okay. Time to do some painting. Nope. Wednesday, Friday, Sunday. Okay. I wasn't sure. I think maybe he did a week or two ago. He had a couple extra streams in, and it kind of threw me off on what his schedule was. But yeah, anyway, man, take care. I won't keep you. First things first, let's go ahead and paint the interior portion there. And we'll see if my undercoat shading effect idea works. I suppose. Hopefully. But if not, we always have our final wash. We'll just have to put a little extra care into that. Oh my god, all my brushes are breaking. What the crap? These brushes suck. Definitely need to get some new brushes very soon. All right. Might need about two coats on this for make sure we got coverage. We'll see. All right. Yeah, we'll do 2 coats more than likely. Should probably have more paint on my brush, but I don't like having a lot of paint on my brush personally. Come on, get in there, paint. Need to add a little bit more water. Okay, let's get back to it. Oh yeah, that's better. In fact, when we go over this with the second coat, I'm going to add a little bit more linen. Is he's still, maybe even a little touch of brown. He's still a little too white. Lots of surface area, huh? Oh, all right. Sorry about that. Update on my grandfather there. So far so good. Yeah, we're gonna definitely make this white a little more off-white for the next coat. Definitely. And give me 1 second there. Hey Rose, welcome in. Thanks for the follow. Sorry about that. My monitor that has the activity feed went to sleep. I'll have to tend to that in a moment once we're done with this coat. So basically, anybody just coming in, we started it off with a coat of primer, then coat of primer, and then I went over it with a black wash before we did our coat. And the reason why, it may or may not make a difference, but I was hoping that that would act as a little bit of a natural undercoat shading effect before to kind of assist in our final wash, which won't be black. It'll be like a brown wash for an antiquing effect. And right now we're just going over it with our first proper coat. Now I do need to be careful when we're doing the mouth now, because that coat of black in there is a final. We'll do touch-ups if need be, but Steve, hello. Welcome in. And Rose. Hope you guys are doing well. Happy Thursday to you. And then in between all of our little steps today, we took care of his eyeballs. Oh, look at that. I slot paint everywhere. We're going to have to put a touch-up coat in there. But yeah, we're very much in the ugly phase. All right, we need to hit this base portion here. And then there's some spots on the top. And then we'll let it sit for a few. And go over it with some touch-ups before we darken up the paint some and hit it with a second coat. Still a little bit too actual white. We want more of an off-white. Doing good? Good. Good. We're almost there, right? The weekend's nearly upon us. I'm not super excited for the weekend myself. Just because it means Benchi's going to be leaving me for a few days. But I'll survive. We'll be, beating up the camera. We'll be here hanging out, either working on this or playing some video games. Because as I complete a project, I'll take a few days before we start the next project so I can, one, just kind of relax a little bit, and two, gives me time to make a video for the YouTube channel. Okay, let's let him rest for a few so I can rest too. Oh, you know what? Nope. A little premature. Let me finish this real quick. And you know what? It's time for a proper break anyway. I'm going to snooze this alarm so I don't get sidetracked and forget. But we'll be taking a proper break here after this so I can go give the dog her meds. And it's probably a good time to get a stretch. How is it 2 already? Wow. That means I've been streaming for 2.5 hours already. Wow. That went fast. One more day. Yep. D&D and stick flinging. You're flinging sticks. Archery. Okay, that makes sense. Very nice. How long you been into archery? I used to shoot a lot as a kid. And I'd very much like to get back into it in my adult years, but I want a proper longbow, and I have not found one local. Everybody just sells compounds. One day, I figure I'll find the bow when it's time, right? Yeah, we're gonna have to do touch ups on this black anyway. It's fine. It's fine. All right. Can't wait to get him out of the ugly phase. Roughly 5 years. I have 3 longbows, 25 pound. You got a 50, Stevie? Nice. Yeah, I figured I'd probably have to lower my draw weight starting out. It's been a long time. Especially considering some of the muscle groups that you use for archery are muscle groups that you don't really use for anything else. Or not commonly, so. Okay, let's take a break. Let that dry. We'll come back. We'll mix up this paint a little bit darker. That is way too white. Way too white. That's fine. It was our base coat anyway. Like to play with that 50 pounds? Yeah, it's all in technique. But still getting that muscle group and the muscle memory and all of that down. Wouldn't be able to shoot people. Yeah. Yeah, I have a compound bow, but it needs restrung and it was given to me and I don't know the first thing about it, so I haven't attempted it. Okay. Yep. Let's take a break, and then we'll get that second coat on. So thank you guys so much for hanging out. I appreciate it. I hope you're enjoying. I apologize if you're seeing any occasional drop frames or anything like that. It seems like Twitch or the internet's having some issues today. I don't know which, but somebody's having some issues. And man, that really blends in right now. We need to yellow him up some, and we'll do that. But yeah, thank you guys for hanging out. Give me just a few. Let me go give the dog her meds. And we got ads rolling right now. I need to fix my other monitor also so I can see that stuff. We'll just wait till the ad break is up. That way anybody in an ad break right now isn't coming back to a break screen and not know what's going on. "24 seconds. Stupid Twitch ads." I gotta switch my headset battery anyway. All right. Also, just noticed we hit 110 followers. Holy crap. Thank you guys. And welcome back from the ad break. Yeah, sorry about that, guys. What I was saying was I'm going to take a quick break. It's unfortunate that the ad had to time itself when it did. We're going to take a quick break so I can give the dog her meds. And then when I come back, we'll get this paint mixed up for a second coat. It definitely needs a little bit more browny yellow tone to it because even now it's still just way too white. So we'll take care of that when I get back. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. Stand by and we'll continue on in just a few. All right, that's done. And while that screen's up, if you'd like to see some of the stuff you're seeing on screen right now, you can do so at the main channel there, the Feral Moon Designs YouTube channel. There's of course the secondary Feral Moon TV, but that's where we store all of uh, the VODs for the stream. I export them over there, so we have a running library. You can also find playlists of those on the main channel as well now. I don't know why it puts it in chat as 2 lines, but okay, whatever. So we're gonna start with some more of this hazy moon. And a little dab of brown. And the brown doesn't want to cooperate. There we go. I need to clean that off. Got paint boogers. Nobody wants paint boogers. Well, that is still basically the same dang color. I think we're gonna need some more of that moon. I don't want to put a whole lot of brown in there because that's not gonna be a good end result. But I also don't want him too yellow, so it's kind of getting it just right. I think we're getting there. I think we're getting there. Oh yeah, that should be much better. And then the dry brush with the lighter shade will really pep it up some in the end. Hey, it's a song by Stevie Seal. Yeah, this is more along the lines of what we're going for here. A little bit more of a yellow. Couple spots in here that are so smooth, the paint's not wanting to stick proper, but it doesn't matter because it's going to get covered up. I just like to have it uniform, but it's so smooth from sanding. Paint's just not wanting to stick. Gotten into a game called Captain of Industry. I think I've heard of that. Matter of fact, I think Charlie Pryor was playing that. Completely remove my crude oil and steam generator setup. Oh boy. I want to check out that Manor Lord. It's on Game Pass. It was a spaghetti mess. I'm going to attempt to make it more efficient. Sounds like satisfactory. You do what you can to get where you need to be, and then wow, words. When you get to where you need to be, then you have to revise your setup to make it more efficient. And organized for that matter. I haven't played that game in a long time. I need to check and see what all they've done since. I know there's been a lot of updates. It's a really good game. Kept running out of diesel. Oh boy. When you playing more Fallout 76, sir? Probably gonna have to pause here for a few just so what's here can dry and I'm not putting my fingers in wet paint. Probably when I start working again. Turn the, oh, I didn't realize you were. Yeah, I didn't realize your internet was off. I apologize if you'd said something. I must have missed it. I will say, getting used to chat while doing this as opposed to like compared to, you know, gaming streams. Oh boy. I gotta do better sometimes. It's real easy to get hyper focused in this stuff, and then before you know it, you're playing catch up with chat. Okay. All right, let me stretch it a little bit. Yeah, this color's definitely much better than what we had going there. Much better. little. I can't talk with it too. I got a paintbrush in my mouth. A little too thick. That's better. Yeah, I can't wait to get that mixing medium so I don't have to use water. I looked for it when I was out yesterday, but the store I was at yesterday did not have any, so. No to this song. Good song, but sad song. We don't need that. And it kind of seems to me like that undertone shading is working to some extent. That's good. All right. Sure we don't have any runoff pooling anywhere. And to be quite honest, we'll probably hit this with a third coat. For touch-ups and what have you. Yeah, third coat's definitely going to be necessary. That'll take care of some of the, you know, a little bit of the streakiness you get when you're diluting your paint. But you guys know. Anybody that was watching Andy's stream knows. Helps get it smooth and nice and even and everything, but you trade-off is more coats. And inside of the mouth. Okay. A little bit at the top we need to get yet. All right, let's let them sit for a few. And then we'll hit them with what is hopefully the final coat before we move on. Okay, the tedium. This is why I need a heat gun, so we don't have to do this. We don't have to sit here and wait. And again, while we're waiting, I'll go ahead and plug a few things. We've got, first and foremost, the official YouTube channel, Feral Moon Designs. That's where you're going to find all of the videos on the projects and all of that. And then there's Feral Moon TV, where you can find all the VODs from the stream. And maybe in the future some extra content that doesn't fit with the main channel, but that's there as well. And then, of course, a link to the Discord, best place to find all the latest updates to the stream when I'm going live. And if you're an artist, there's an art channel in there. We'd love to see you share your work. Plus, if you're sub to the channel, there's behind the scenes and sneak peeks and all that good stuff. While we're waiting on this, I'm going to get some nicotine and a drink. We'll also do, I've got his teeth removed and they're on a piece of tape so I can keep track of which ones are which. We'll do a little bit of staining on those, just a little bit. And once we're done with the paint coats, I'm debating doing a little bit of sponge dabbing across him, just to kind of give it like a little bit more of an antique look. But I definitely, How should we do this? Because I want to hit him with a brown wash, which is going to require some dry brushing over top of. We'll see. We'll figure it out. Few spots that need to dry just yet. And in fact, I need to smooth that out. Hopefully we have enough paint to get us through here. Because if not, we got to match some paints, and I don't like doing that. That is not fun. But we'll do whatever we need to do. This is a good song. Back to painting. I need to make sure I'm a little bit more methodical on this coat. Make sure we're getting all the little recesses and everything. And then what we'll do, when we get to the point, we'll do some highlights on the wax strippings and all of that. What I'll probably end up doing is just kind of dry brushing over top of them with a lighter shade. Gonna lurk for a bit. Thanks for stream. Hey, Stevie, no worries. Get your lurk on, sir. Enjoy your lurk. Thanks for hanging out. Thank you for the lurk. I appreciate you. Sorry for any delay in responding there. I was kind of hyper tuned in, you know? All right. Get these guys up here. What we'll do, work our way back to where we started on this coat. Make sure it's all dry before I start on the face area again. My paper's ripping off. Miss Hanny Ann, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How you doing today? Hello. Happy Thursday to you. I'm doing well. Doing well. Doing a few coats of paint. So we can move on with the rest here. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Sorry about that, chat. Double clicked. Was trying to switch cameras and hit the wrong button with my clumsy gloved fingers. Yeah, finishing up, well, not finishing up, I suppose, but our first day painting after finishing the sculpt. And I'm not sure if we'll get them done today or not quite yet. Thank you. I'm really happy with the way this sculpt has come together. I did a creepy candle like him about a little over a year ago. And when I made that candle, I had all intentions of making multiples. and getting back to that project at some point, but just never quite got there. And so here we are. And I'm pretty happy with him. He's kind of turned out better than the first one, which was the goal, of course. My YouTube channel was always kind of meant to be an exercise in creating and learning, so if I'm not showing some improvement, I'm not doing it right, I guess. Oh, let's see. We'll probably have to go over and just do some spot checking once this coat's dry. It's because there's a lot of little spots where, especially with the lighting, because I have to overexpose for you guys. It's brighter here than it looks on stream, essentially. And with this white, white and off-white coloring, that bright light can get tricky. So we'll spot check him, and I gotta touch up, of course, that black in his mouth. And I'm afraid that these eyes are probably gonna need another coat just to smooth things out. In fact, the wrinkle detail above his eyes might need another coat as well. And lurkers, definitely appreciate you guys. Thanks for hanging out. That's kind of the idea behind these. I love to chat with you guys, but I also understand it's early in the day and a lot of folks are working. And that's why we have the music, and I just kind of keep things chill during these streams. So, by all means, enjoy and thank you. definitely going to need some of that mixing medium sooner rather than later. I forgot in my hiatus how quickly acrylic paint wants to try to set up on you. All right, let's let him sit for a moment. Let him dry so I'm not just smearing a bunch of stuff around. That's also why I only gradually add a tiny little bit of water in. Again, you don't want to overdo it when you're using water. It's fine to use. I'm not going to be one of those people that says don't use it. Just be careful. Don't use too much, because what you're doing is you're diluting the paint, of course, but in that paint, there's obviously chemicals and compounds to help with the bonding and durability and all of that. And you're not only diluting the paint, you're of course diluting that. So, whereas if you're using a proper acrylic mixing medium, those things are made for that. So you're not jeopardizing the integrity of the paint or the bond from the paint. I don't like to put all the water in at once because it will start to thicken. And then you just have to add more and more and more. And then before long, you have colored water. And that's not what we want. I really don't know why it does that sometimes. It's not even using that transition, and it uses that transition sound. It's OBS being strange. All right. Man, this is a really hard sculpt to get entirely in frame, so I apologize. And let's let him dry for a few. We do have, so here's the game plan, and I might be repeating myself for some of you, so I apologize in advance, but essentially once we finish this guy up, off stream, of course, I'll be taking time to shoot the showcase and all of that. And I'll be taking segments from here moving forward. I'll be taking segments from the streams when we're making these projects and editing that into a very condensed version of the process compared to what it used to be, and then focus on the showcase. During the time that after we've finished a project on stream, up to the point where I'm getting the video out, we'll probably take breaks and play some games and maybe even do some sketches and planning for the next project. But the point is, we'll take little breaks in between, have some fun, let loose, all that good stuff. And then carry on with the next project. And we do already have several projects lined up after we finish this guy. One of which is a jerboa, which is a little rodent character. We're going to be modeling it off of the Ark Survival Evolved version of the jerboa, which is a survival game. Cute little thing. Should be a lot of fun. And then after that, we're going to be, you may know that I've got Crumb and Ickis sculpted from Nickelodeon's Our Real Monsters from the 90s. We still need to do Oblina. We need to complete the trio, and it's long overdue, so Oblina is after the jerboa. And then from there, I want to do something Fallout themed. I've got a couple ideas there, and then whatever else we can get into. So we may even have some fun and make some little, we'll see. The possibilities are endless, right? I would very much like to sculpt a Mr. Handy from Fallout. I'm terrified of the idea, but I would love to do a set of power armor. And I would also love to sculpt a Death Claw. That would be fun too. But yeah, videos are going to be coming back to the channel on Feral Moon Designs on YouTube with the finished products and all of that. Just a little bit of a revision on how I make those videos. It used to be a majority of it was the process, and then at the end it would showcase the final product, of course. And I enjoy making the videos, but they admittedly take me a lot of time. And per analytics, not just on my videos, but from what I understand on plenty of others in the kind of the same ballpark of videos, a lot of people, not everybody, but a lot of people do kind of just skip to the end to see the finished product. And there's no sense in me spending a lot of time editing something if most of the people are skipping to the end, right? And the way I look at it, especially now, for those people that are interested in the process, they now have the opportunity to see even more of the process than ever before. In fact, almost 99% of the project from start to finish is on live streams. So there may be a few odds and ends that I do off stream just to get things ready to go so we don't have to stop and wait. Like, for instance, the eyeballs that I did for this guy. But 99% of the process is going to be live. And then those VODs are going to be on the Feral Moon, and already are for that matter, on Feral Moon TV on YouTube. I export them after each stream. And then I will be making playlists on that channel for each individual project. So not only will you be able to see all the streams, but if you want to see all the streams for this creepy candle, for instance, it will have its own playlist. And then you can actually, there's a live stream playlist on the main channel now too. That links right to all of these. So we're getting there. It's a good setup. I'm pretty happy with it. I think it should serve things pretty well. What I think we'll do for today, chat, is get this base coat finished, right? And then give him a good proper time to dry. Then on the next stream, we'll start with washes and get him finished up. But I don't want to jump right into washing here. I want to give him some proper time to dry. Which variant of the power armor? I would say T65. I'll probably model it off of the armor in the show. Spot needs another coat when it's dry. And if you do happen to be somebody watching the VODs, you can always catch us live and enjoy some music in the background too. Of course, the music's not on the VOD. But as far as coverage goes, he's looking pretty good. I'll hit the top last, and then we'll do the touch-ups inside his mouth, you know, and then we'll probably be good for the day. Okay, top. Let's get that. Tornado. Is that what this? Sorry, it made me think of something from Red Dead Roleplay. You know what? It's subtle, but that wash definitely is doing what I was hoping it would do. All right. Yeah, I think that's about it for today. So I definitely want him completely dry before we do any washing. And there's a few spots to touch up. That's going to have to wait till it's dry so we're not smearing. Yeah, we should be finishing this up on the next stream, no question. He's no longer a flesh-colored candle. Yeah, thank God. There's different meaning to fleshlight. Oh, God. What do I do with the lid for that? Oh, yeah. I left it in the bathroom. That's right. Well, cool. We got a good amount done, and I know it doesn't look like it, but if you've been here, you know. One step after another. Multiple coats. A wash. Of course, the priming. And the eyeballs, which have been coated in UV resin. And in fact, I'm going to hit that again just to be safe. And probably set these guys in a windowsill because natural sunlight will cure them just as well. Just to make sure they're completely done. Sir, you almost made me spit out my water. The literal fleshlight will. I'll sell unpainted variants of these. UV resin is such cool stuff. Okay. Let's go ahead and get these gloves off. It's time anyway. My hands are getting pruny. Gross. Okay, let's hop over here. It's so nice with this setup because I found my water cap. I can my work desk, this right here, is parallel. Well, parallel. It's not parallel. It's perpendicular. To my computer desk, so I can just swing the mic over and turn my chair, and here we are at the desk. Let's take a look and see what's going on today, shall we? Anybody we can go say hello to? Oh, come on. If my browser has stopped being a pain in the butt. Is this really not? Wow. I'm playing around with Opera, as a browser, right? And on Firefox, and hell, even Chrome, you can just drag a tab to a new window and throw the tab in that window. Apparently you can't do that with Opera. Apparently not. Let's see what we got going on here. I need to make a hotkey button for this. Who's streaming today? Let's find out. Live channels. Wait a minute. These aren't the channels I follow. What are you doing? Any of our creator friends on doing some art and stuff? 3D modeling? Let's find out. Let's find, is anybody sculpting right now? Like actually sculpting. Glass blowing? Interesting. Digital sculpting. See, this is 3D printing sculpting. I don't even know what this is in here for. All right, well, makers and crafting. What's going on here? That's not making things. You're playing a game. That's pretty good cosplay. Origami. What's going on here? Of course, we get an ad. Is he building what? Mystery Train Book Nook. Ooh, Book Nooks are so cool. Anybody familiar with Book Nooks? Have you seen any cool Book Nooks? Because I certainly have. I kind of want to make one at some point, someday. Lefios is his name. Is this in English or German? Because there's German in here. Let's find out. I can't hear it. Oh, I know why. He's speaking German. That's not an English stream. I'm sorry. I want to watch the Book Nook, but we can't understand him. You know what? What's Mrs. Darkstar doing? What's she doing today? Roly polies. Let's go hang out with Mrs. Darkstar and say hello. Let's do that. We'll do that today. I know Mrs. Darkstar from Andy Mecca's stream. So we're going to go say hello to her. Looks like she's talking about isopods, which is interesting stuff. We have isopods, and she also breeds snakes, which we have a snake. So let's go say hello. Thank you guys so much today for hanging out today. I hope you enjoyed the stream. We'll be back. I can't make any promises for when, if it's going to be tomorrow or Saturday. As I said, Menchie's she's getting ready to head out of state Saturday morning to visit her grandparents for a few days, and a lot going on. So maybe a stream tomorrow, but if not, on Saturday we'll be probably most likely finishing up our creepy candle and getting the painting and everything done. So thank you guys so much. We'll get into some proper thank yous once I get the raid queued up. So let's go ahead and get over that way. Why is this being weird? Raid channel. What in the hell? Raid channel. Where? Why doesn't it let me type in the name? Oh, here we go. They changed it, apparently. All right, queuing up to raid Mrs. Darkstar. And in the meantime, let's go ahead and skip this song. Hop over here. We'll skip this song too. And big thank yous to give out here. Miss Hanny Ann, Rose, Raven Moon, Lord Crumb. Thank you all for the follows. Thank you guys for clicking that follow button and hanging out with us today. Lurkers, I see you out there and I appreciate you very much. Thank you guys for hanging out and supporting the stream. Your lurks are very much appreciated. And everybody else that's been hanging out and chatting, thank you guys. I hope you enjoyed. I hope you have a fantastic rest of your Thursday. If I don't see you beforehand, I hope you have a great weekend. Stay safe and all that good stuff. I very much appreciate it. And real quick, let's go ahead and throw... Never mind, that's not going to work right now. Once again, links in the chat for the Feral Moon Designs YouTube and our Discord. We'd love to see you there. Thank you guys so much. Let's go give a nice hearty hello to Mrs. Darkstar. I will see you guys over there. Thank you so much. Take care. I'll see you soon.